Streaming. Yum. All right. Looks like we are on. Looks like we are cock locked and ready to rock. Fantastic. Let's do this thing. Yo, what up, gravy?
I dream of it, amongst the wild threads of history and the myriad of paths. My path saw the Imperium rise from the ashes left in the wake of the Great Revolt. Thou shalt not make a machine.
All right. Close that.
Mind.
Go here.
With that
Bammo. How are you doing today, gravy? You streaming right now? Got some tacos, and Dimma's friends are something, I guess, in the guild, and Damien is back. Hey. Nice. What kind of tacos did you get? Oh, got taco. Got it. I mean, that's a good kind of taco to have in your guild, right? The Akko taco. That's fantastic. Let's go ahead. How much water we got? Oh my gosh. We've already like filled up our water. We're at 1,000,000 water. Guess we got to make a whole lot of duraluminum. There we go. Use up a couple 100,000. Bow, 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 now. Not streaming, running out of games. You know, I feel that. I feel that in the worst way. Let me tell you. Let's see. Let's make another 1,000 of those. Let's make another 200 of those. It is almost insurmountable. Guild Wars 2 is a fantastic game. Do yourself a favor. If you play Guild Wars 2 and you haven't played it before, don't just instantly get yourself to max level. Go through the whole effort of leveling up and going through the first storyline, because you can do all that for free, right? You can play the whole first storyline for free. And actually, Final Fantasy XIV is great for that too. I don't know if you've ever played Final Fantasy XIV, but their free trial takes you all the way through like the first 2 expansions or something like that. So there's tons of storyline to go through. And honestly, the Final Fantasy games are quite a bit of fun, just because the worlds are entertaining to me to inhabit. I don't know why specifically the Final Fantasy MMOs feel so good to me, but I really, really enjoy inhabiting those games. I mean, Guild Wars is a great game too. I don't like Guild Wars 2 as much as I liked Guild Wars 1, but the Guild Wars games tend to have a really big focus on building your character. and, you know, selecting skills and stuff like that to match your playstyle, and having lots and lots of options for, you know, stuff you might do. The Final Fantasy games tend to be very linear with those choices. Like, you're a paladin, these are the skills that you use, this is how you use them. Every paladin pretty much plays the same. That is not true in Guild Wars games, which I think is probably one of the cool. No, there's no loot dropping in PvP in Guild Wars. The PvP aspect of Guild Wars is something that you can totally ignore if you want. It's just for control points. It's just for the sake of PvP more than anything. Now, there are loot vendors and stuff. You can get rewards for PvP and then go buy loot from the loot vendors and things like that. But yeah, the PvP is something that exists as part of the game, but is not placed in the progression line of the game. So you don't like play through all the PvE stuff and then get to the PvP where you have to do PvP in order to get, you know, the last tier of equipment or whatever, like you do in Dune. You just play through the PvE, and then when you feel like PvPing, you just go out into the realm versus realm zone, and you group up with people who are in your realm, and then you just go fight other large groups. So it has a very non-guild oriented. It's funny because it's called Guild Wars, but it actually has a fairly non-guild oriented PvP system. But that's absolutely what I prefer when it comes to PvP, is I absolutely prefer it. It does take a long time to get there, though. You know, the game has been out for a really long time, and so there's been that little bit of power creep and stuff. Guild Wars, I mean, those are both phenomenal games. You could easily get a couple 100 hours in each of those games, which, I mean, could easily be a couple of months worth of streaming. Especially, you tend to be a little more into the storylines than I do. Kind of just tend to skip the story. And the original Guild War, or the Guild Wars 2 storyline, is supposed to be really good. I've skipped it all. I have no idea what the storyline of Guild Wars is. But you might end up actually finding yourself pretty entertained by that. I think that's a great choice. But in PoE, I'm not really into story. I just want to smack shit. Yeah, no, I love ARPGs because of how mindless they can be. Right? Just destruction for the sake of destruction. Everything's an enemy. Every attack on screen is an enemy attack, so you know you have to dodge it. Just bullet hell. Good times. We're going to go get some pumps. And we're going to go get some diamondine dust and stuff. Gosh, I love flying this ornithopter with a booster on it. Go so fast. Zoom. What day is today? Is today Monday? Oh, it's Sunday. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Made a small cube on top of one of those rocks from where I can see all the spice blows. Hey, that's not a terrible idea. That's actually a really good idea. Give you a nice little perch where you can just kind of relax, maybe watch a little TV on a second monitor. Wait for that audio cue, that boom, to let you know that you need to see where the spice came.
Sector weather alert.
I dig it.
Sandstorm is approaching.
I dig it. I don't care about your large sandstorm. Shoot that guy in the face. Yeah, I just put some YouTube on the side, sit there. Don't feel like going in today. I mean, the deep desert is kind of turning into a joke, right? Okay, I can't hit this dude. Just die. Oh, he's too far away for this gun. I get it.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Hey, I leveled up. Yes, I am muted. What's up, Raisin? How are you? Got himself some tortillas. That's what I'm talking about. I'm going to spread the word about changing out tortillas for any sandwich stuffs. I'm going to tell you the real one, Raisin, is peanut butter and jelly tortillas or tacos. Get you a little peanut butter, get you a little jelly in there. So good. I'll have me some of that later. But yeah, so these are the decrees that you're going to vote on here in 4 hours. And then you won't see the new ones until after the Coriolis storm on Tuesday. Yeah, I'm gonna spread the word. I'm from New Mexico, so I put everything on a fucking tortilla. What did the same two? Oh, that's kind of a bummer. That's kind of bullshit, Gravy. Do you have the same decrees that I have? Because we didn't have the same decrees last week. Because we have access to Landsrad Tool Vendor. And there's no tool vendor here. Which is strange. So if we do have the same ones, it must be totally by coincidence this week. I mean, 25% reduced. 25% reduced crafting cost is freaking awesome. I'll take that one every single week. Please and thank you. How did I miss that, dude? I call shenanigans. So this week it's going to be either the same. The other ones really don't. Yeah. I mean, that melee damage one people might want. There's lots of people out there with the whole melee build thing going on. It's like the strongest build in the game right now. So I could see them wanting to get a little extra DPS. Whoa. What just happened to me? Vote for full loot in the DD? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I think full loot is stupid. Full loot is dumb to me because, so we talk about this all the time in chat, Raisin. I I don't like the concept of personal risk versus reward in PvP because it punishes the more casual players and the less skilled players at a disproportionate rate. So, and then it gives a disproportionate amount of the rewards to the better players, which you would think, okay, you're better, you get more rewards. But when you're taking those rewards from the weaker players, it promotes a lot of toxicity. And so either you need to increase the amount of risk that is being undertaken by those better players to smooth out the risk curve, or you need to have some sort of a faction system or something like that where the stuff that you're doing in PvP isn't about personal gain. It's about community gain, right? About your factions gain or something like that. So that way the risk is being undertaken collectively. And so the risk between the 2 different or 3 different or however many different groups is more similar. And those factions can't be player run. They have to be system run, because if they're player run, then they start to exclude, again, the more casual or just the generally less skilled players. And that just creates a lot of hostility. So I am very much against risk versus reward on a personal level. I think it's dumb. I don't think any game's ever been able to get it done properly. And I think they keep trying, and it's never actually going to work. Give me, you little nerd. All right, where's this jackwagon at? Okay. Even promotes zerging to outnumber the skilled dudes. Absolutely. It promotes zerging, it promotes griefing, it promotes... Whoa, sorry. Honestly, I don't know what the tool vendor gives. I'm not in a faction right now, so I can't even access that. I am factionless until they drop the 3rd faction. Yo, I haven't gotten like any of these freaking industrial pumps. I've gotten 4 so far. This is sad. Where's my pumps at, dude? Wrong weapon. Oh, goodness. Okay, we're having some issues. Things were going well. They are not going well anymore. That's the thing I kind of like about this game, though, is I feel like if I'm not paying attention, just at any point, things can go from, everything's fine to holy shit storm real fast. Whereas I guess if I had just been wearing my shield, or if I just had my shield up, that wouldn't have happened just now, but whatever. I don't need no stinking shield. All right, I think that's all of it. Only got 9 pumps. Somebody's pulling a prank on me, dude. That's interesting. Can't attach your figure wire claw to the... scaffolding there. Okay. What else am I gonna go do? Diamondine dust. That's right. We'll get these out of the way first thing. That way we can do our other gathering and then go do pumps and diamondine dust again at the end of the day. So we get 2 good little runs in each day. Because I'm dying on the industrial pumps, especially. If I want to make, 70 or so of those large cisterns, I'm going to need so many pumps. Oh no. Oh, okay. Now I'm trapped. That's bad. Hey, ready? Shield. Oh yeah. Okay, that's bullshit. I hit that person. I hate poison. I hate poison so freaking much. Okay, I just headshot that dude twice. Why are you not dead? That's so strange. Got some diamondine dust though. Honestly, I should probably go ahead and try and get any sand trout leathers that these have. Both of those are useful resources. I get quite a bit of the rangefinders from the ships that fall out of the sky out in the deep desert. Getting some of these sand trout leathers seems like a good idea. I also don't really need any of those tubes, but have it. Why not, Booyah. Rolling down the street. I don't think I've ever noticed this before. I mean, it's only 58 Solari, but still. Out of all the times I've come in here, that's probably like 300 or 400 Solari that I've missed. And that's just sad. Right. Nice. Nice. Ooh, 15 diamondine dust from that one. Hell yeah. Thank you, Vigigame. Let's get the hell out of here. Come fly with me, let's fly away. Go put all these resources away real quick. My nice little base on the cliff here. Somewhere beyond the sea, somewhere. Booyah. I love my base on the cliff. It's the best. I'm gonna use all these. I don't really necessarily need them. I did accidentally just put my Decaleader John in here though. Go back. Let's see, I got 2 more days of stable power. Probably gonna mean needing to make some more lubricants, which is gonna mean needing to go on a fuel cell run. Let's go get our assault doctor, and then we'll fly down to our Jeep or buggy. And we'll go get ourselves some freaking fuel cells. Put this bad boy over here where it can be in the corner and safe. Look at that. We got a whole... Everything is in the white. This is the first time for our buggy. All of our pieces are actually kind of newish. Nothing's half broken already. So good. I need to go through and finish up the planetologist quest line too. that I can increase the resources that I get with the buggy cut array. I'm not getting as many as I should right now. In fact, I feel like I'm getting what I would get with a tier 5 cut array. I'm fairly certain. Yeah, it's a Mark 6 cut array. I don't really know what's going on. Must be something wrong with my skills or something. Let's see here. Let's go to skills. I got 4 skill points. So we have fuel efficient driver, we have vehicle scanning, we have fuel efficient pilot, we have vehicle mining. So that's the one right there. You develop an understanding of analysis mode mining with the cut array. Your bonus yields are increased. So that's got to be with your handheld cut array, right? I wonder if that'll give us any bonuses, because that's the only one that I'm missing that I had before that I don't have now. Ooh, it does change it. Wow, okay. That's interesting. That's really interesting. Or is it this one? Oh no, I should have looked. Well, when we get the next tier, I'll only get one of those. It's possible that they both work. It's possible that only one of them works. But we'll take a look at it when we get the next planetologist tip. That's interesting. I actually think the next video that I want to do is going to be a basics guide to skills that everyone needs. Because, you know, you can only change your skill loadout every 48 hours. And so you sort of need to be able to do everything that you want to do on a single skill build, which means identifying all of the techniques you want, means identifying all of the active skills you want and all that stuff for all of the different things you might do. You know, if you're just traversing, you want a certain set of skills. If you're just doing whatever, and swapping those skills is going to be a big part of that. Swapping those techniques is going to be a big part of that. You know, trying to make yourself as efficient as possible for all of the different things that you might do. So we're going to go through, we're going to look at each of the skills and find all the passives and stuff like the one we just saw, where, you know, those are all passives that we really want. Because even if we're not always gathering within each 48-hour period, I mean, a huge part of this game is about gathering, right? So that's some stuff you're always going to want. You're probably always going to want the Bene Gesserit passives that give you boosted healing. Because just why would you not want more healing? That seems like an advantage that you should always have. You always want the repair stuff so that you don't... Oops, I've been forgetting to get my plants. Gotta get my plant fibers too. You always want the things that make you lose less durability on your armors and your weapons from the Mentat and the Trooper. I think those are extremely important because you don't want to be wasting if you get a really good schematic or something like that in the Plastanium tier, and you don't have those maxed out, then you're going to get like half as much value out of it. And it's going to disappear much, much more quickly. And you certainly don't want that with your good Plastanium tier gear. Hell, even with your good Duraluminum tier gear. It's not always easy to get that stuff back. What's up, Taco? Check it out. I did a thing just for you. I made a new PSU and a new engine and a new Mark V chassis and hull. So nothing is in the red anymore. You can take a deep breath. No more stress. That's why I did it. Just so you'd be proud of me. Is it? I didn't change anything. That's weird. Let's pump up the volume, pump up the volume, pump up the volume dance. Yeah, I don't know. I pumped up the volume a little bit, so if you feel like it becomes overpowering, let me know. There we go. There we go. Probably operator error. Somebody doesn't know how to turn the volume knob on their own headset. Besides, there's never too much volume when it comes to being able to hear my voice. Are we gonna get into semantics? Is it not a knob? Is it a dial? I hate you. There's no controls on your headset. How do you control your headset then? I'm confused. XLR, Miss. Actually, I'm pretty sure my microphone is an XLR. I don't know what XLR means. I think it's a brand, but I might be wrong. I don't know anything. Oh, okay. No, so it's both, because I've got it plugged in on a USB, but it has an XLR input. Got it. Got it. That makes sense. Yeah, so my older brother, when he was streaming, he plugged it in through a mixer and then had it plugged in through the XLR input, but that was giving me problems, so I didn't plug it in that way. I just plugged it in to the USB. So I don't actually use the XLR mixer. I use Voice Meter Banana. instead. So I use a software mixer. I guess that's what you would call it, is a software mixer. Yeah, I have the connector. It's actually attached to my stand. I just don't have it plugged in. It's just plugged into the USB. Yeah, I'm much more of a software-oriented person than I am a hardware-oriented person. If I had a bunch of like dials and knobs and shit like that that I was trying to work with, I would get confused. Yeah, I prefer for as much of my functionality as possible to just be stuff that I can go through my computer. It's literally so extra. I mean, it's a lot of fun. Those are the parts of the process that I've learned the most about and done the best to try and get the best quality on, is the interesting things that I can do that way that require an understanding of the system as opposed to like an ability. So, you know, art, you have to have this artistic ability to do a good job with. And even if I understand color theory and stuff like that, that doesn't make me good at drawing. And so I tend to like putting the time into learning how things work more than I like putting the time into advancing a skill. Color theory is the understanding of the different emotions that specific color. Yeah, so specific colors express specific emotions and give people specific sensory input, right? So there are bright colors, there are colors that tend to make people want to commit actions, like clicking on your videos, right? Clicking is an action. And well, yeah, so it's much deeper than just red is anger though. And so it's a huge part of marketing and subliminal messaging within marketing. And there are shapes and stuff that you can use to specifically point out certain areas of like your thumbnails and stuff like that to try and get people specifically to do or to look in certain places. Yeah, well, and so it's also a big part of gaming though. You probably don't notice when you're playing video games, but a lot of times you'll notice where a secret is, or you'll be running past something and you'll see something that feels just a little out of place, or that kind of tugs at your brain and is like, hey, you should look over here. And that's all part of that color and shape theory that comes from marketing. Is they're specifically trying to draw your attention over there in a very subconscious, subliminal way. So you feel like you found this secret, but really you were kind of always going to find the secret because they intentionally let you know where it was. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Stuff that also is intentionally going to keep your eye from noticing. And so you can do a lot of that same stuff with like thumbnails and shit for your videos to increase click-through rates and shit like that. And I'm not super good at it. I don't necessarily have the greatest thumbnails. Most of what I've learned about color theory is just trying to find colors that fit. guess you would say that match. So I'm still at the kindergarten, you know, trying to get my clothes to match stage of color theory. But there are lots of people out there who know quite a bit. Almost like, who the fuck built a base in the middle of the road? It was me. I have to have somewhere to keep my buggy. Because my base doesn't come all the way down to the bottom. So I gotta transport my resources like an asshole. We'll get a carrier at some point. It'll all be fixed. Yeah, but I'll at least be able to pick up my buggy and just bring it up to my base instead, Raisin. I'll give myself a nice little skyport up here. I don't know. I'm kind of not liking this. I feel like this needs to change a whole lot. Have fewer but larger bays. We might have to redo that whole thing, but... I'm a pretty fart smeller, Raisin. Pretty fart smeller. So you'll spend 2 to 3 times as many stakes to go the same distance vertically as you would horizontally? I mean, you can only spend 5 stakes going vertically. So you can't spend 2 to 3 times as many. If I could keep making it even bigger, I totally would. And I just stretch it all the way to the ground. Because right now, it stops right there. But so the thing is whenever you put the vertical staking units, you gain 5 vertical, like up tiles, but then you also gain 5 down tiles. So if you don't build your base already up high, then your down tiles don't do you any good. Read the message before. Oh, so vertical stakes go 5 up, 5 down. Okay, yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, I totally missed that.
Dimmer says drink your water.
You drink your water. Don't fucking tell me what to do. It's just a little slow sometimes. Not only is it a little slow sometimes, but then also there's a delay. So I'll hear it before even you do. A water, a Dr. Pepper, and a Red Bull. I'm really excited for the 20th. For my 1-year streaming anniversary. Because I haven't had a Red Bull in like a year. I'm gonna go get me a Red Bull. So I can do a 24-hour stream. Gonna be glorious. Yeah, I actually went through and looked on my Twitch. Been like 30 minutes since you had a Red Bull? Nice. The 1 year is the 20th of this month. 20th of this month. very excited about it. Yeah. Yeah, but so I went through Twitch and looked. I started on YouTube, not on Twitch. So my YouTube isn't, or my Twitch anniversary isn't for a little while. But I'm just going to go off of my... I will not be cosplaying as a nurse, Gravy. We can draw the nurse image back up if you want me to. But that's all the cosplay you're gonna get. Here you go. We'll put it back just for you. Get our little stick figure nurse going on. Boop, boop, boop. Yay! And gotta wear a little white dress. And our little hat. And then we get our little green plus sign to show that we're a healer. Guess it could be a white robe, doesn't have to be a white dress. Call it a lab coat. There you go. Hermit cosplaying as a nurse. It's a something. I don't know what it is. I agree. I think it is the best cosplay ever. I don't even realize. Be getting after it over here. I don't know. So those of you who weren't here yesterday, this is such a better stick figure than I made yesterday. My stick figure yesterday was all squiggly as shit. Dig it. Gravy's making me a better artist by making me create weird shit. Let's see. Let's make some large fuel cells. Craft them out. Let's get 10 of these bad boys. Boop. Was it here that we mentioned pirate software? That homie can paint. Like his MS Paint mouse skills are unmatched. Yeah, I mean, he does it a lot. So, absolutely. I really like this program that I'm using. So the reason you can see that on an overlay like that, and it's not, it's not just a black background or whatever, a white background of the paint program, is there's a add-on to your OBS that you can get called Draw. And it literally just gives you like a dock that looks like paint, but the background canvas is just your stream. So I can see my stream and y'all see that little dot there. That's my brush inside of the Draw program. And then you can change the brush size. You can change it from a pencil to a brush to, some basic shapes. It would be cool if other people can control that. I don't see it. So even if somebody was like being obnoxious about it, people in the chat could just let me know that someone was being obnoxious and I could just revoke their access. So, that's not a big deal. But in order to give somebody control of it, I'd have to give them access to my OBS. Which would give them access to my computer remotely, which is really the security concern there. I don't actually care about what people draw on the stream. I mean, who gives a shit? But I mean, inappropriate things are funny. I don't care. I think that stuff's great. We're mostly adults here. We might have to cover Wyatt's eyes when he's around, but that's it. I need to go get my radiation suit because I gotta go get some more jasmium because we're out. Wyatt the Riot is his YouTube name and his Twitch name. He's like 11 or 12, but he's a pretty consistent viewer to the channel. Jumps in sometimes to get on the TTS and be obnoxious. Pretty funny. Where did I put my freaking rad suit? Sure he did, Taco. Sure he did. I mean, you're expecting me to believe that instead of you typing some nonsense, your husband took the time to type a bunch of nonsense so that I would think it was you typing nonsense. Occam's razor. The answer that requires the fewest assumptions is typically right. Get him. I think you could take him. How many times? More times than I can freaking count. And yet I still don't know any of the lines in it. My problem, well, so I don't really watch the intro. My problem is that I end up listening to the intro a lot because I'll start the game and then I'll alt tab and go do something in a web browser or something, and then it turns on, and then I'm engrossed in whatever I'm reading or watching or whatever, and so it just kind of stays on and I listen to it as I read or watch or do whatever I'm doing, and then I go to it. So I've listened to it a bunch of times, but I still don't know like any of what it says because I'm never paying attention. Because it's fucking obnoxious. If it didn't take so long for like all the shaders and all that crap every time, then, you know, I'd be around to skip it. But I'm not going to sit there and wait for 5 minutes while the shaders go through when I can go look at Reddit. See what people are saying about the game today. You're a dumbass. Or watch YouTube shorts of people getting run over by tractor trailers. Ring, ring. You know, I'm pretty sure I don't even need to go over here. Yo, there's the worm. What's up, wormy dude? I know ornithopters are like a huge part of this game and of the lore of Dune. But gosh, I almost wish there just weren't ornithopters. I mean, they could have absolutely changed the deep desert if there weren't ornithopters to, you know, not have as active of worms so that you could actually like traverse in your buggy. Or, you know, they could have just changed the worm mechanic a little bit to make buggy traversal like the way, and then taking ornithopters out, except for maybe, you know, having an ornithopter in the world map, and that was just like how you traverse the world map. But we're definitely getting, I think, in gaming nowadays, way too reliant on flying mounts. You know, flying is fun, and the worlds are really huge, and so I understand the impetus to create flying mounts. And I understand that, you know, a lot of people maybe don't have the same amount of time that I do to play games, and so not having flying mounts, being required to traverse, you know, huge swaths of land might be a little unfun, but yeah, exactly. As soon as you make the world, or as soon as you give flying mounts, you take a massive world and make it so small. And so I just kind of wish that we weren't as reliant on that stuff. I would honestly almost prefer fast travel to a mount system. Yeah, give me a fast travel that's going to you know, take me to the major locations in the world, and then, you know, force me to walk or use some sort of ground transport for everything else. I think would probably be a better path. I think that one of the most interesting fast travel systems that I've ever experienced was Final Fantasy XI when I played that, because you didn't fast travel based on some system mechanic. You had to go find a black mage that had the teleport ability, and they would teleport you to whatever fast travel location you wanted to go to. And so it was like a player driven thing, and it was a part of the economy, and you paid for your fast travels and stuff. I thought that was cool. Obviously, it became exploitative, and it honestly isn't the greatest system you could have. Yeah, you tip mages. Exactly. You tip black mages. But like I said, I mean, it is a very exploitative or potentially exploitable system. And so you could have people who had the skills who were like, well, if you want to get where you're going, you got to pay me 1,000 gold or whatever. Because they were butt faces, but... yeah. Yeah, I don't know what a good fast travel system would be. Honestly, I would prefer no fast travel. I would prefer that you had to actually traverse, and Ashes of Creation is going to be this way. And I'm honestly, I'm excited about Ashes of Creation. I'm a little hesitant about it still, because I think that my idea of what makes a really good game and Stephen Sharif's idea of what makes a really good game are fairly different. I think Stephen is kind of a mega guild player. And so I don't think he has nearly as much focus on, the casual and the small group player base as I do. I think a lot of what he's focused on is, big guilds running around doing big guild things and node wars and stuff like that, which are great. And I want those systems. But the thing that would make me the happiest is if those systems... Well, so I would prefer fast travel to flight. But I would prefer no fast travel at all. And no flight at all. Or if there was flight, have something that limits it a lot. Something really low altitudes, really low speeds. Lots of things that can kind of get in the way of flight that force you to kind of go to the ground. If you've ever watched Sword Art Online... Nope, not Sword Art Online. Log Horizon. They go on a quest to go do something in Log Horizon. And they take their flying mounts, but there's a point where they can't get over this giant wall. And they actually have to land and go through like this cave dungeon system to get to the other side of this big rock mountain wall thing. And so even though they have these really, really quick traveling flying mounts, they can't just go wherever they want to because there's stuff in the way sometimes. So doing something like that where, we already have altitude limiters, for example, in this game, and I think they work really well. I think it's really reasonable, right? It's based in real world science. It might not be exactly what the real world science says, but there is a point at which altitude inhibits flight, especially for flight that relies on rotors instead of jets, like helicopters and stuff. And so, they're not exactly following the rules of real physics, but it's reasonable. And then if you had a mountain range that just was above that distance and you simply couldn't fly over it, and there was some sort of a cool little dungeon that you had to go through on foot to get to the other side, then you instantly, you know, bring back that grand scale of the world. I don't know. It's another one of those things I just like to see people iterate on, you know? I'm happy with the way things are. You know, I'm fine with ornithopters. Ornithopters are really fun to fly. I'm not, you know, it's not a game breaking or you know, something that just makes me not want to play the game anymore. It would just be interesting to see what someone could implement or how somebody might implement something that would bring back some of the grandeur of the worlds. Oh, I've already been here. How close are we to full? Need about 500 more. Okay. This is why I love ground vehicles so much though, and why it always sort of makes me wish that there was more ground stuff, is because they did such a good job of allowing you to sort of crawl over the rocks and stuff in this game, that it's just so much fun to drive this buggy around. And to try and, you know, it's almost like a little mini game. To try and find ways to get to places with the ground vehicle. You know, like if I wanted to go up there, there's like this whole path that I gotta follow over here. And is there anything up there? No, probably not. But, you know, if I wanted to go up there and I was in my ornithopter, I just fly up there. If I want to go up there and I'm in my buggy, I gotta like drive around this way and go up this way. I mean, this is super fun. It's more adventurous, more entertaining. I like it a lot. Okay, where's my jasmium nodes at? Oh, there's the worm again. Alright, I think it's time to bounce. Right, bro. Driving to the PvP zone. Rolling down the street. Smoking Indo. Sipping on gin and juice. Laid back. Get me the fudge knockers out of here. This is a long ass way. I wonder if I want to make it. Yeah, we gonna make it. Ain't scared of no stinking worm. Worm is smelly. Neener, neener, boo boo. Stick your head in doo doo. Go ahead and get my equipment back on here. Nice. Nice. Goofy ass worm. I do like that they made the vehicles flip over so easy so that they don't get stuck upside down. But also I feel like there's something in their programming that just makes them very prone to flipping over when they're in the air. So it seems like every single time I catch air, the vehicle is flipping. Which is a little strange. Zoom. I love the Odom. It is easily my favorite zone. I love living here. Love being able to drive around without any worms. So good. Do a barrel roll. So I was actually informed the other day on my YouTube that what I consider a barrel roll is in fact not a barrel roll. So if you just roll, if you just make rotational motion on the roll axis of your vehicle, that is not technically a barrel roll. In order for it to be a barrel roll, you have to maintain the orientation of your nose in the same direction using yaw input, and then activate both the roll and pitch inputs to sort of twist the sort of like the barrel of a wave. Absolutely. So you have to twist the vehicle around the axis. And you can almost do it in this game. You don't have yaw input, so you actually end up moving instead of staying in the same line. So this is apparently not a barrel roll. What would be a barrel roll is if you could do this while maintaining the same line. You can't technically do that in this game because you have no yaw input, so you can't keep the nose pointed properly. But it's basically that if you could add yaw input to it. But my only experience with the term barrel roll, really up to that point, because I don't play like flight simulator games or anything, was the old Star Fox 64, where, forget his name, but the rabbit tells you, do a barrel roll. You double click the bumper, and it spins you in a circle to deflect bullets. Yeah, that's the only experience I have with barrel rolls. And that is not a barrel roll, apparently. I played the shiznit out of that game. Use the boost to get through. It's honestly one of the very few flying games that I've ever played. It was a good game though. Gonna make so many duraluminums. Oh, and then I gotta go get more freaking calibrated servos, that's right. I didn't even finish a whole calibrated servo run yesterday. Because I ran out of water because I accidentally put my stupid canteen away. Whoopsie. Okay, game. Let me fly. Birds flying high. You know how I feel. Birds in the sky. You know how I feel. Bammo. What do we got as far as resources here? What are we short on? We're short on freaking industrial pumps, dude. Freaking industrial pumps. I'm gonna go buy industrial pumps from the freaking store in Arakeen. That's probably one of the greatest benefits to being in a tribe in this game. Is the fact that you share your infrastructure. And so when you have to go get things like industrial pumps or calibrated servos, because you're in a PvE zone, you can go get all of those things together. And in significantly less time, you can get significantly more of those things. Yeah, you just take everyone with you. Just get all that shit. And I'm over here fucking working my butt off for 13 industrial pumps like a clown. Like a friggin' clown. There we go. 1,000 duraluminum. What's up? I did not delete my character, but I won't be coming back. If I come back, I'll just end up leaving again. Yeah, that was Damien Darkrose. Take them out, ruin their base. I mean, as much as those other people in the guild were a catalyst for me leaving, they're not really the reason I left. I left because I'm crazy. And there's just no fixing that. Oh, whatever, I don't care about all this other stuff. I think that guild has been disbanded like 3 or 4 times now. Oh, really? I mean, it makes sense. Because when you start having super strict requirements like that, you can't build a guild on those super strict requirements, because all the people who would want to be in a guild with those requirements are already in a guild, and they've been in a guild for a really long time. And if they're gonna join, if they're younger and they're newer to competitive games and they want to play really hardcore like that, they're gonna go find an established guild that has those rules, that has other players similar to them already. So, I mean, great. Start a new guild that is for really hardcore people, but you can't start it out like that. You have to start small, right? Get your little friend group together, start a really hardcore guild, and then you have to be willing to be hardcore enough that anybody else who joins wants to participate with all that stuff, right? You can't demand and force it. You have to lead it so that people want to follow. Where's the Advanced Swordmaster Trainer? The Advanced Swordmaster Trainer should be in Harko. It's actually pretty close to the Bene Gesserit. Let's see. I need calibrated freaking servos. I need so many calibrated servos that it's not even funny. I don't even know what to do with how much I need calibrated servos. I think we're actually going to get rid of the nurse. The nurse in the corner just takes up too much space. Just want a little head. Boop. Booyah. Now he kind of looks sad. Okay. C'est parfait. Calibrated friggin' servos. Let's actually go grab myself some fuel. I think I'm just about out. Oh, I got a bunch of stuff to put away. I'm really happy that I keep getting these adept burst drill shots so that I can make sure that I have one in the future. I very much like the drill shot. That goes, whoops. That goes in there, that goes in there. And I think this goes right here. And move. Put that in there. Perfect. Perfect. All right. Let's go get some servos. Some servox. Is servo actually spelled with a K? Does anybody know? Or is that just some weird way that they spelled it in Dune? Because I got to admit, I don't like it. That's fucking silly. Interesting. Tee. Yeah, y'all just go ahead and kill each other over there while I Pick up all your servos. Ooh, 30. Freaking nice, dude. That really the only... Looks like that might be the only spot. Oh, talking to myself. I did it again. Ooh, 25 servos. Some pre-cobalt paste. What's up, dude? I love getting things that I'm trying to get. Looting is so much fun when you have a goal. I don't think there are any more things to grab here. So I think we'll just go ahead and bail. I am a loot goblin, 100%. I am a loot goblin. In fact, I'm so much of a loot goblin that it's turned me into a lizard. Oh, speaking of which, oh, there's the loot. There's the loot lizard, but I made a new emoji. Well, I didn't make them. I told an AI to make them. And then the raptor one, actually my older brother worked with an AI to make. Yeah, it works pretty good. Those are just made with ChatGPT. I would, you know, like I say, prefer to just pay an artist to do it. I'm sure they would come out way better. You know, you have much less control over the colors and stuff like that when you get an AI to do it. But there's no way. for me to pay an artist to do it. So we use AI. Oh. Hey, duder. You just ran right in there and got murked, huh? Yeah, so what I've been trying to do with emojis is kind of keep a record of some of the games that we've played and some of the moments or important parts of those games. So the loot lizards are from Last Epoch. There's the Aloha Raptor, which comes from the fact that somebody in chat was trying to say Alpha Raptor, and they got auto-corrected to Aloha. And so I made, a raptor with a lei around its neck. And then now that we're playing Dune, we've got a sandworm. The sandworms are dope. Rolling down the street. Uh-huh. Get juked, nerd. I've been making fun of all these enemies this whole time we've been fighting them. And the whole time I haven't had my shield on. Talking smack like I'm good at this game. Running around shieldless. Like a clown. Ah, let me out of the corner. Hello, enemies. Why don't you have any more servos? Gotta admit, wish I could collateral that. Shoot right through one enemy head, right into the next enemy head. Be the best. Two more stops. How many servos do we have? 140? I got 230 last time. That's going to be disappointing if I get significantly less this time. Well, that gunner was on top of it. Whoops. We're dead. We're all dead. Okay. Okay. See. Enough stabbing. We're all so angry. I know I just flew down from the sky and started murdering your friends, but is that really any reason to be so mad? You're gonna give yourselves a heart attack being so angry like that. I think that's all of them here. Now we just go to the last place. I hate traps. In all video games. I don't know if any of y'all have ever played Path of Exile. But when you go to get your ascendancy, you have to go through the labyrinth or whatever. And there's all those traps and stuff in there. The reason I can't play hardcore on that game is because if I do, I can't get the ascendancies. Because I literally can't get through there without dying at least a couple of times. Because I'm so bad at dealing with traps. So just any game that has traps, I just instantly double my death count. I will do no such thing. No. I'll let you run up here after me and then I'll come down here. All right. More servos. Running on fumes. Oh, talking to myself again. I wonder if with the new changes to the Scout Ornithopter and the Thruster, if you can actually get to the top of Godzilla Mountain now. Definitely gonna find out. Oh no, there's just like a hard ceiling. Okay. Got it. You just straight up can't fly higher than that. That's honestly pretty funny. Oops. Accidentally put away my fuel. Alright, now that I get some more servos, let's go see how much power do I have. Yeah, we still got plenty of power. We're gonna need to make more platform. Yeah, we're out of room over here. Maybe one more could go over here. Oh, I broke my suspensor belt. Doesn't look like it. I need to change how fast that shit breaks. Oh, the suspensor belts? Yeah. I mean, I use them when I don't actually need to be using them. So it's kind of on me. I like to just jump around in suspensor as I go about my day. I go through a suspensor belt like every 2 days or something in this game. Like all the way through it. Eventually I want to build something better, but for now, let's just go over here. Do I have some granite? Yeah, so let's just go over this way. Let's just build ourselves a nice little platform here where I can put more power. More power and more water. Okay. Do I have... Oh, gosh, I can even make a third one. Do I have the power for that? Let's get another one of these over here. And I don't have any industrial grade lubricants. Okay. Let's go get some more of that. Craft, let's see, 100 times 10 is 1,000. Let's craft 100 of these bad boys. Nice. We're gonna have all the industrial lubricants. When you have all the industrial lubricants, you no longer need these regular ones. We are gonna need more calibrated servos though, so how many am I up to? I just made 2 more water catchers. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 water catchers. It's not even quite half. I want to get 40. We got a long ways to go. But we're going to be in the freaking water here in a couple of days. How are we looking as far as our number of structures? Oops. 78 of 80. Very nice. So that number should be going down though, because so I think what I'm needing to do is I need to go ahead and make more of the power facilities and take away some of the existing fuel generators, because we are not in a spot right now where making more water catchers is even really going to do us any good, because we just don't have the water storage for it anyway. We're probably gaining way more water than we can handle right now. We've only got 1 million storage. The whole problem is we need industrial pumps though. So let's go actually fly to Arakeen. We'll go check out the auction house and see if maybe some people are selling some industrial pumps and how much they might be selling them for. Because I need, let's see, if we have 40 water catchers, that'll mean 6 million water a day. I want to have at least a day's worth of water storage. So that'll mean 60 of the large cisterns. So I need 60 cisterns, and they each take 25 pumps. I need 1,500 pumps. I already have 10. So minus 250, I need 1,250 pumps. That's a lot. That's a lot of pumps. Pumps and servos. Like my whole world right now. Okay. Components. What calibrated servos going for? 500? Well, that's useless. Diamondine dust? Nobody's even selling diamondine dust. No industrial. Oh my gosh. Nobody's selling any of this stuff. 2,500 for. Yeah, no. Seriously, nobody's selling industrial pumps. I hate everyone in this game. Okay, well, no industrial pumps then. Fantastic. This person looks kind of cool. I think they're in Chome heavy. Well, let's go out to the deep desert then. We're going to stay in the PvE area. We're going to take just our thruster. And we're going to look to get some, we're going to look to get some pumps from some of the crash ships. And pick up calibrated servos out there too. Just to see if maybe we can get a little more out of being out here in the deep desert than we could. Because, I mean, I'm getting so few industrial pumps, and if I need 1,250 more, I just have to be getting more than 15 at a time. It'll take weeks at that rate. And I ain't got weeks. I mean, I do, but I don't want to wait weeks. I want to get all the stuff that I want so that we can build some more base. So we kind of know what kind of footprint we need. Ooh, you know what? My PSU's about to break. Hang on. I forgot that it told me that a little while ago. It's about to break because it's super busted. Got it. Guess I'm gonna have to replace that piece too. Womp womp. So if I need one medium ore refinery to be able to do plastanium all day, I need 3,000 something water, right? Or 3 million something water. Which means at least 20, probably 25. I think I could actually do it. I think you can build a small base out here that doesn't require any staking units, that could run by itself, medium or refinery, 24 hours a day. You'd have to come out twice to start it every day, because you could only run it for, so many hours, because you can only queue 1,000 at a time, and it makes, you'd actually have to come out 3 times. Right? Because you make 120 an hour. So you make 1,200, 2,400. $2,880. And then you need a chem bench and a small refinery, a medium chem bench and a small refinery. Or a medium refinery. Sorry. But I think you could do it. I think you'd be squeezing it pretty tight, but pretty sure it's totally doable. Which is great, because it's definitely something I want to do. I for sure think, if you had a carrier and a buggy, I would be a little more careful, I think, than a lot of other people probably are. I'd probably find a less obvious area to build myself just a little hangar where I could keep my carrier and then drive my buggy around. Because if I lose a Mark 6 buggy, that's not really anything. If I lose a carrier, that'd be pretty awful. I don't know, we're going to have to see. It's going to get crazy. Because I'm definitely going to have the resources. As we keep doing all this duraluminum stuff and getting all these servos and all these industrial pumps and all that stuff, we're getting really, really deep into duraluminum, where we just have lots of resources available for lots of stuff. And I think that's really important. Duraluminum is your industrialization tier. It's not plastanium. Plastanium is your crafting tier and your equipment tier. But you have to have water, you have to have power, and all that stuff pretty much comes at the... Oh, there we go. All that stuff pretty much comes at the at the duraluminum tier, not necessarily the plastanium tier. So super important that we look to make sure that we're really strong when it comes to, how much duraluminum we have, how much can we process. In the next couple of months, or in the next month, I would love to get, maybe 1 or even 2 of those entire plastanium storage boxes all the way full with duraluminum, so that I just never have to do it again, right? You can get yourself to a point, I think, as a solo especially, where you never have to harvest these materials again. Or at least not for a long time. And that's kind of what I'm looking for. Because eventually the faction system and the Landsrad system and all that stuff is going to be fixed. And if I work really hard right now to get myself really well equipped and set up, and with lots of spare resources and stuff like that, then when that stuff comes around and when that stuff is fixed, I can literally just do whatever I want, right? I won't be out here gathering spice. I'll be out here, fighting to protect spice blows and stuff like that. And I think that's way more fun. And it certainly will be more what I want to do by the time we get there, because I'll have just been gathering and hoarding and all that stuff for so long that I'll pretty much be bored with the gathering loop. I think I was a little off center of east there. Oops. Crazy how freaking wide this desert is. Fly out here for fucking ever. Never get where you're going. Would you like a Haga Rift in the deep desert with so many caves so you can hide a base inside it like an Ark? Yes. But I don't necessarily want that so that I can hide a base in it. I want that because PvP would be more interesting there. Right, the Haga Rift, because it limits your flight capabilities and stuff and forces you to get in closer and use your thopter mode so people can hear you and all that stuff, would be a really, really interesting place, not just to PvP with bases, but just to PvP in general. So if there was a nice Haga Rift out here in the deep desert that had all of your titanium and stravidium and stuff, like your really good nodes, I think that would be phenomenal for the game from a PvP perspective. Because, you know, you'd have people coming over there with buggies and stuff like that. You'd be driving around with your buggies trying to get your titanium and stravidium. There'd be people who were ambushing buggies with handheld rocket launchers. There'd be, you know, people trying to ambush carriers. Excuse me. There'd be people trying to ambush carriers that were coming and going with buggies. It would honestly end up being a huge fight if, for example, if all of I row in the top, in the back, was just a giant Haga Rift, and they actually fixed the faction system, then it would kind of be like, I don't know if you've ever seen the Red versus Blue. It's like a little sort of sketch show that somebody made based on the valley in Halo. But they do very much the same thing, and so it's two sides. Yeah, the Halo videos. It's basically two sides fighting over, you know, that valley or whatever, that rift. And it would very much be the same sort of situation between Atreides and Harkonnen if the faction system is working well. And there would just be like this constant ground war back there. People fighting, trying to, you know, get a little more of the titanium or stravidium or whatever for their faction. And I think that would be super fun. And honestly, so when I first heard about the deep desert, I thought that there were going to be different entrances for Harkonnen and Atreides. I didn't realize we were going to enter from the same locations. So when I thought that there were going to be PvE areas, I thought those PvE areas were sort of going to be like quote unquote protected by Harkonnen or Atreides NPCs. And so I thought that that was going to create a little bit of a natural like safe zone in the deep desert for you and your faction. and your faction would sort of spread out into the deep desert from that location, right? And the further you get away. Catastrophe, welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Love to see those new names. But I thought the further you were going to get away from that sort of safety location, the more dangerous things were going to be. And so that could be a really interesting implementation of a rift like that, where on one side you could have an Atreides like NPC base, and on the other side you could have a Harkonnen NPC base, and then you would fight deeper and deeper into the center of the trench, and the center of the trench would be where the most abundant resources were. And so that would be where all the fighting would take place, and you'd be trying to push your enemy faction back. I think that'd be really fun. And it's possible that we're going to get something. You know, this isn't going to be the only PvP loop in this game. We are getting a PvP-oriented expansion next year that's going to be the Water Wars. And so this is just the PvP loop right now. So hopefully there's something interesting. It's the same, they have a faction system they don't utilize. Yeah, Catastrophe. And so that's honestly the big thing that we talk about. First we have 0 water, then they give us all the water. You killed the water master? Hey, I didn't know that. Yeah, but that's something we actually talk about a lot on here, Catastrophe, is I like the setup for the faction system. I like that there's friendly fire inside of the faction to help with anti-zerging. And I like most of the decisions that they've made when it came to the faction system. The thing that gets me, and the stuff I really don't like, is that there's no motivation. Whoops. There's no motivation to work within your faction. And so it just kind of devolves into guild versus guild. And I don't think that's actually any fun. So I'm really looking forward to, I think if they had a system where they gave benefits or penalties for helping or killing your faction allies, then we would see a lot more faction cooperation. I don't want to get rid of the I don't want to get rid of the friendly fire because I think that's a good anti-zerg measure. But I do want to create a reason to work together with your faction. Because right now we really just don't have one. Taco told you I'll make sure the water place is going to be PvP. Yeah. There's actually like a whole nother storyline after the trials. I am presently level 133. But one of the things I was thinking about Catastrophe was actually if they would reduce the number of points that your guild has to vote on the Landsrad decree every time you kill somebody of your own faction. I think that would be a really good way to motivate people to work within their factions. Or if you started out with 100% of the Landsrad decree bonus. So this gives you 25% reduced crafting costs. And then throughout the week, every time you killed somebody from your own faction, you lost part of this bonus. So if you killed maybe like 100 of your faction members, or if your guild killed 100 faction members in a week, then even if you were in the winning faction, you would completely lose access to the decree. So it could be like 1% of the decree is lost. So every 4 faction members you kill, you get 1% less bonus on that crafting bonus. But yeah, I mean, exactly, Catastrophe. You want the faction system to work so that people have natural allies in the desert, so that everybody isn't an enemy, so that sometimes you see those 10-person groups and they're in your team. Or sure, yeah, make it so that kills reduce their time available. So instead of getting it for the whole week, right, you kill enough people and you only get it for like a day. That would be awful. There's tons of things that they can do with the decree system, or they could even impose some sort of a monetary penalty, right? And we've talked about this before. You have the great houses, you have Harco, and you have Atreides. And those great houses have the guilds as sort of, banner lords, right? Your guild is a banner lord of those greater houses. And so if you kill somebody from the army of another banner lord of the same house that you're in, then the house that you're pledged to is obviously going to be upset by that. Right? They're going to say, hey, why are you reducing my overall combat power by fighting amongst yourselves? And they would impose some sort of a tax or a penalty, right? Maybe for every warrior of their faction you kill, you have to pay, 10 spice melange or something like that. Or you run the risk of either losing your access to the decree or maybe even getting kicked out of the faction that you're in. But you have to do something. You have to put your thumb on the scale and say, okay, this is the game loop that we want you to do. And if you go outside of that, then life is going to get harder for you. Also, Catastrophe, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. As far as faction systems go, I prefer Albion Online's take on things. Well, so Albion Online in the Yellow Zone, their faction system is great. Right? Because you're out there taking over castles and you're out there working together. You have automatic allies, so even if you're not in a guild, you have people to play with. But as soon as you go out into the black zones in Albion Online, it's just a free-for-all guild mess. And I hate the black zones in Albion Online because they have this really good faction system and then they just throw it away in the end game and they just let guilds run rampant. And I think it's trash. But the faction system, the faction PvP inside the yellow zones and the red zones is, I think, really good. So like if I'm Hark and I kill Atreides or kill Hark, it reduces the time it has by 3 to 4 seconds. So it doesn't really do a lot. I mean, make it more detrimental than that. Make it so you have to make a choice, right? I would say that 100 kills on allied faction members should take you to nothing on the decree. I think it should be a 1% per kill. So if you want to do it on a time, then once you've killed 50 people from your allied faction, you've lost 3.5 days of the decree. And when you kill 100, you don't get the decree at all. But it should be a steep penalty. I always went and fought for Caerleon. The Black Zone sucks. I agree. I loved Albion because I thought their combat system was really cool. I like top-down games. I like that League of Legends control style. I always thought it was a pretty phenomenal game until you started wanting to PvP and go out into the Black Zones and, try and tier up. And then it just kind of becomes trash. Oh yeah, I was talking like it was killing the opposite faction. It reduces their time they have the decree. And I kill my own. Well, see, so killing the opposite faction should have the opposite effect, right? You should want to kill the opposite faction. Every single time you see the opposite faction, you should be wanting to kill them. And you should be wanting to do it in conjunction with your allies. So if you kill your own faction too much, you should go negative rep. For example, can't get the Arakeen or Harko without fixing your rep. That would be interesting, not being able to get into the social hubs. I don't think the social hubs have enough value, especially for people who have already completed the quest lines, that would actually end up being any sort of a deterrent. But maybe in the future, if they start making those social hubs more valuable, they might. Hey, more industrial pumps, more servos. I'm actually getting a lot of industrial pumps right now. I'm pretty surprised. Let's get those too. Why not? Let's go get rid of that. That. I mean, there's nothing wrong with stealing Albion's ideas. That's how game development should work, right? If somebody has a system that works, steal that system. Don't try and make a new system that sucks. Steal the good system that already exists. A, your players will understand the system better that way. And B, your system will just be automatically good. You do have to go back to pay your taxes. That's true, Catastrophe. And if you couldn't get in, that would be rough. Bounty system with NPCs of other factions, but you just need someone in the group to do it. Like, I can pay the guild-based taxes, and it's not my sub-beef. Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I mean... So here's where I'm at, is I think we have a really great base idea that there needs to be some form of penalty and some form of reward for working against the enemy faction and working with your allied faction. And so the specifics of what form those benefits, those rewards and punishments take, you know, the game devs should be more than capable of coming up with that idea, right? But I do think that a system of punishment and reward is the right tool, because you don't want to get rid of friendly fire, you don't want to get rid of guild detentions, you don't want to get rid of that stuff. I think that's really important. But you don't want those things to override your faction system, and right now they are. What I'm really interested in, what I'd really like to see, I think, is just any information, right? So far we haven't gotten any information at all about how they intend to fix the faction system, or even if they intend to fix the faction system, right? It's possible that they think the faction system isn't exactly the position they want it to be, in which case I'm going to quit playing, because I think the faction system is crap right now. But I would like to get some information from them. You know, how do they feel about it? What are they thinking about it? Because there's been a lot of talk about the faction system being broken, about the Deep Desert not being fun because of it, about the endgame loop not being fun because of it. And so I'd really like to know, you know, where their heads are at, what their thoughts are. If they have any plans, if they don't have any plans, you know, what are we doing? I would be really disappointed if I kept playing this game for like, you know, the next month or so. And then finally we get some information coming out saying they have no intention to change the faction system at all. That would be, you know, just 2 months of my life in the toilet. I have to move on to another game. I'd rather just move on now, you know? But we'll see. I'm still a little hopeful. And in the meantime, I need to get, you know, 1,250 industrial pumps, so... We get a lot of flying around in the deep desert in circles looking for downed spaceships. Inside. I think somebody already got this one. Poop. Maybe they left me a little something. Doesn't look like it. Are you trying to land on me, you little shithead? Figure if I can get about 1,800 hours out of Once Human, and that really had no set vision of where it was going or what it was doing, I'd be able to get 1K out of Dune. Yeah, I agree with that, for sure. I played a lot of Once Human. Actually, this channel started because I was enjoying Once Human so much that I decided, you know, I've kind of always wanted to stream, and I just never really pulled the trigger on it. And then I played Once Human for about 2 weeks, and I was like, okay, this is the game. And I streamed Once Human pretty hard for about 2.5, 3 months. I've got probably about 800 hours like you. And eventually, I mean, you know, like you said, that game just sort of has no direction, and it's very, very repetitive. I do think that it's a great game for more casual players. I think if you only play, you know, 5 to 10 hours a week, Once Human is probably exactly the game you should be playing. That game was hella fun. Honestly, their PvP was almost really good too. Prism versus Clash, where you had to go get the prisms and secure them, and it took, you know, a half hour, 2 hours, whatever, for the different types. If they had made the map update in real time instead of like once every minute, so that you could track people as they went down the road, so that you could try and intercept them in vehicles instead of trying to raid their bases. then I think that that PvP system would have been honestly just incredible. And if the what are those, the events where you got the prisms, if those events had been a little longer so that the fights over them could have lasted a little while longer, then I think that that would have been really big too. But just increasing the length of the events and increasing your ability to track people on the map would have made a huge difference in Prism versus Clash. And then some more functionality in the Eternal Lands. You know, the ability to group an Eternal Land would have been really good so that you could have group PvP. The ability to trigger some sort of PvE event so that you could all like group together to have a big NPC raid that happened where they came to try and like destroy your Eternal Land or whatever, so you could build up a cool base and then have sort of a wave system where you and your friends could go to your Eternal Land and just trigger a big ass wave for fun. I think would have been really cool. They definitely underutilized some of the systems that they put in by a pretty significant degree. But we still had fun. We had a couple of people in the community who were pretty consistent about like wanting to PvP in Eternal Land and stuff. So we had some good times doing that. It was a really good time. Unfortunately, it just didn't quite hit the spot. Well, I haven't gotten a notification.
Sector weather alert.
There we go.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
We'll just hang out in here and wait for this thing to go by. Can't believe I've only gotten 28 bumps out here. This is so depressing. Ooh. We gotta get these.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I know a large sandstorm is approaching. Oh shit, I'm in a PvP zone. Ruh-roh, Reggie. Ruh-roh. It's crazy how much of a pain in the ass it is to get industrial pumps. In any sort of decent quantity. I probably need to go to the map website and find out, exactly where each of the crashed ships are, and then just hit those locations in a big circle instead of searching the entire deep desert. Because I don't have them mapped out right now. But I don't want to do that. Feels like it's taken away something, you know? But I might not have a choice, because at this rate, it's going to take me a literal month to get the 1,250 pumps I need. I guess I have pretty close to 50 now, so it's really only about 1,200. But still. That's grotesque. Oh, crashed ships. I didn't realize there was a ring mouth so close to the PvE zone this week. It's right here, though. I wonder if they're just like doing this on purpose every week now, so that there's always one that's just right next to the PvE zone. Well, that's too bad. Some silly nerds heading out there. bunch of silly nerds. Okay. I'd really, really, really... There's that other one you were talking about, Gravy. I would really like to see some more downed ships. Where I could get some more industrial pumps. This is getting old with the quickness. Maybe I'll look up a map and figure out exactly where the ships crash. And then we can come out here and do this in a little more organized, better fashion. Make it actually have some sort of value. Because just flying through the entire deep desert is going to take way too long and not yield nearly enough pumps and servos. C2, D4, E5, E6. Okay. I mean, there's not only 4, though, are there? Guess since I'm heading back through C2, or back through C, let's see, A, B, C, 2. Yeah, I'll look it up so that I can have the map like physically pulled up on my second screen. That I can follow along a little better with it, I think. But if there's that many, then for sure it'll be worth it. I mean, I also don't mind going out into the PvP zone. You know, I'm going to bring thrusters and stuff because I'm only picking up servos and pumps. I can get a bunch of those. before I gotta stop and put things away. So I don't mind. Hmm. There's only 5 in the PvP zone. I mean, that's still worth it. Especially if they're in a line or set up where they're relatively close. You know, it's more about proximity than it is about quantity. I'll go find me a map and take a look at it and decide on a little route that I can run that's fairly quick. I mean, you've got B5, C7, D7, and then you've got H7, I7, I6, and then you've got E5 and E6. So there seems to be a really good, like, B5 to C7 to D7, to E6 back to E5, and then maybe loop around, go to I6, I7, H7, and then come back down and do like a figure 8 pattern through those. Up and down, maybe. Who knows? Alright. Should have enough for one. Ooh, we have exactly 50. Nice. One industrial pump. Two or large cistern. Not industrial pumps. They just take industrial pumps. That feels real good. That feels real good. What else we got? Make some more windmills. We are gonna need to go get some more spice melange. We should be able to just go ahead and fill that bad boy up for 31 days. Uh-oh. I think 1,000 was not enough. Oh, I accidentally put all the rest of these in here. So where are we at on the power? We can definitely get rid of like 10 more of these. One, two, three, four, 5, 9, 10. Nice. Let's run that. And let's go pick up and move one of our little boxes. Little boxes on the hillside. All right. What do we got? Industrial grade lubricant. Let's make another bunch of that. Let's go ahead and pop it to the top. All right. Things are really starting to look up here. We're going to need lots more plastanium. Storage. I don't think I'm going to have double stack storage. I think I'm just going to have one stack storage. We'll probably do rows of storage. These are all going to have to move at some point because I only have 12 of these right now, and this is how much room they take up. I need 5 times that many to get up to 60. So so I can store all 6 million water that I want to be able to generate in a day. La 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 la. More duraluminum. How much duraluminum do we have? Do we seriously only have 245 duraluminum? Goodness gracious, we're gonna need to get more silicone too. We've almost run out of silicone. We're gonna make a little more today. Dang. So we gotta go on another flour sand run. We gotta go on probably 2 or 3 more aluminum runs. And then at least 1 more duraluminum run. Okay, but I think it's time. I'm gonna write the voting message so everyone can decide on what to vote. Message writing is hard. ChatGPT. If you're not great at making things sound formal, ChatGPT is just the best way to go. I know people are all like, learn how to write, don't rely on an AI, but fuck that. Use ChatGPT. But it's definitely time to go get some food and fill up my water bottle and use the restroom. So I'll be back in just a couple minutes here. All right, we back. Time to mange on the tacos. Oh. Like somebody thinks there might be a dupe in the game again. Oh no. Oh no. Hmm. It looks like people are using the auction house, apparently, to dupe things. I don't know. I don't know exactly what's going on. But it looks like there's another dupe. So if you really want, oh no, didn't. On a back soon screen here while I reload into the game. Boop. I'm not actually going anywhere. I have to relaunch my GeForce Now session. Sad day. One of these days, a game is going to come out that's going to not have a bunch of duping and hacking in it. And when that day happens, well, I'll be dead by then. But, you know, maybe my great, 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 great grandchildren will finally be able to start enjoying video games. There we go. Checking shaders. Hmm.
I dream of it.
Hey, and we're back. All right. So I need more aluminum. I need more jasmium. I need more of a lot of things. So let's go get some stuffs. First, let's go on an aluminum run. Because we all the way out. Probably need to go, probably do aluminum, jasmium, aluminum. Seems like a good plan. That'll give me about another 1,000 aluminum. And more than enough jasmium to turn all of that into pure aluminum. I only get about 500 aluminum per run. And I get like 1,500 jasmium, or 1,500 duraluminum per jasmium run. I gotta do like 3-to-1 ratio. Oh no. I think I put away, nope, I didn't put away all my fuel. How did that not get refueled? There we go. Oh, I don't know. No. So since there are maybe a few of you in here, I want to try to come up with some way to bring a monkey's paw-like game into the chat. And so I have a couple of ways that could play out. I could post a monkey's paw every day as part of the stream as like a pinned message. And people could create their own like twists to it as if they were speaking for the monkey's paw. We could create a chat command that would give some sort of a notification. I don't want it to do a text to speech. Just give a chat or just give some sort of an audio notification. It could maybe even be a notification that only I hear, depending on whether or not people care to hear it. Something evil like a whoa, or something like that. I don't know. Or even like a howl, like a wolf howl. I don't know. But then with the chat command, right, you put in the command. Hey, what's up, Web Slinger? How are you today? But then maybe you could like put in the command and then it would give the notification or whatever. And then you put in a wish and then either I or an AI could monkey paw it. I don't know. I think I like putting it in as a chat command and then letting people put in their wish and then I monkey paw that wish. I think that sounds like a good one, actually. Why am I going through my vehicle? My vehicle is just like not actually here anymore. It's interesting. This game, so interesting sometimes. So silly. Get all these plant fibers, get all these aluminums. Things are being really glitchy on my screen right now. Not really sure what's going on. Thought there were plant fibers up here. I was mistaken. And I missed one of those other plant fibers down there. Man, what a joke. Give me my aluminum. Am I seriously only halfway done? Aluminium. I should honestly probably go ahead and get these fuel cells too, but meh. Meh. They just take up too much weight. Tell you what, if we're going to be having these grinding sessions, we're going to be spending a lot of time just gathering up resources. We need to come up with some sort of a background, something that can be going on. I don't really like the idea of like having music or anything playing. It's because of copyright laws and stuff. But maybe I can find some open copyright music or something that we can play. We can just vibe and grind and gather resources. And it's not only is this fairly boring content, it's also boring for me if we're not actively really talking about stuff. Yeah. Um, so I know that there are websites that have music that either is copyright free or is claimed to be copyright free. The issue I have is that music is um, one of the like most copyright struck things on YouTube. And all of my VODs go to YouTube because I also stream on YouTube. And so my concern is that it would leave me open to like lots of false copyright strikes. And that's just a whole headache that I don't want to deal with. Because there are absolutely people out there who strike music falsely as a way to make money. Now, it probably wouldn't really affect me now because my channel's just not really that big. Whoa, what was that? And my YouTube channel isn't even monetized, so it seems unlikely that anybody would come after my channel to try and copyright strike for money. But, you know, there are people out there who take music that they don't even own the copyright to and make false copyright claims against it to try and get YouTube to give them the revenue. And because it's all automated, I think it's actually pretty easy to do. So I just don't want to open myself up to that legal garbage. I don't know. We'll think about it. Eventually, it won't be a problem. Eventually, there'll be enough people in the chat, hopefully, that there's enough going on that having the music in the background would be more of a distraction than anything. But for right now, there's only so much that I can be talking about when we're just out grinding resources. It is good to play it safe, Webslinger, absolutely. Especially because I'm the kind of person who is going to take the easiest way out. Hey, that's not a bad idea. Since you can't copyright AI music, that's not a bad idea at all. I could just go make some music. And then I'd know for a fact that it wasn't copyrighted. That's not the worst idea I've ever heard. That's something that I don't usually think about using AI for. I guess then the question is, you know, would the AI end up making it sound a lot like a real song, or even take pieces of a real song and incorporate them? But if something like that were to happen, I could happily just take down the videos or whatever, because I'm not trying to infringe on anybody's copyright. And that would be the easiest, quickest way to just get it dealt with. And I don't think it would create a long-term problem. I guess depending on how often it happened. But there's at least something to think about there. Shazam. Okay. Yeah, I'd never heard of Shazam before. I don't really listen to music. Like, ever. So I'm not terribly familiar with a lot of existing music tools and stuff like that. Every now and then I'll throw on some Pandora radio if I'm feeling like listening to my show tunes or something. I'll just listen to some random show tunes, but that's about the extent of my music listening on an average day. Heck, not even every day. I do it maybe once a week. Hey, what's up, Cyrus? How you living, dude? How you living? Make more filters. Close catapult. Was having a good day, but wife and I had another fight, so I'm guessing I won't see her for 2 more days. Patience on solo living is beating me down. Yeah. That sounds like a bummer, dude. I would offer my assistance or insight if I had any, but I don't date. And I never really have in my life, so I don't really have any insights to offer. I am totally the opposite, Cyrus. Nothing makes me happier than quiet and solitude. One of these days, I'm going to buy myself a boat and I'm going to sail it out to the middle of the ocean. I'm just going to stay there. Oh, that's freaking hilarious, dude. I literally have the exact same plan. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Yeah, nothing will make me happier than to just take a boat out. I've Oh yeah, mine won't. No, mine won't have any other people. And it probably won't be 40 feet long, too. I'm thinking 25. Nope, nope, nope. Maybe get me a catamaran or something. Something a little more stable. But the South Atlantic is supposed to have the most conducive to sailing uh, weather all year round. So I'm thinking hydroponic veggie garden, get you some fish, lots of desalination for fresh water. And I'm not talking about staying on the ocean like, oh, nope, I need to leave this here. I'm not talking about staying on the ocean like in port. I'm talking like go to the middle of the South Atlantic and just never ever see another human person again. Give me some of that sweet satellite internet so I could keep streaming. Just be chilling on the water. Being able to jump off the side, take you a little dip in the ocean anytime you wanted. Nothing but clean blue water as far as the eye could see. Oh, like the only thing I miss about being in the Navy was when you were out at sea and you'd go out onto the smoke deck and you'd look out and it was just nothing. Just nothing. Kind of like the little setup we got here in the game. But stand on our balcony and look out and it's just nothing but desert. No other people over here. I don't know why nobody else builds their bases in the Odom. I have never seen another base in the Odom. And I love it over here. I think it's fantastic. It's weird to me that nobody else builds out here. All by myself. Just wanna be all by myself. Forevermore. Goodness. I just realized the last time I went on a date was 11 years ago. Holy shnikes. Loading? Drink my water. Syndicate pants. Rin. Think. Ah. Barry killed you. You suck. There once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was the Bully of Tea. The wind blew harder, bowed it down. Blow, my bully boy, blow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. All hands to the side harpooned and fought her, then she dived down low. Whoops. Wrong button. Oh, Jasmium. Where are you? Where are you, Jasmium? There you are. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I've been watching a little bit of some YouTube videos on game development and the Godot engine specifically. Primarily, I just wanted to like really basically prototype something out. For the idea we've been discussing about a crafting system and gathering system that is significantly different from what we currently have in the game world. And as strong as AI is for really basic coding stuff, I mean, obviously I'm not suggesting that an AI programmer or a person using an AI to develop a game would be in any way even as good as an actual game developer. For the sake of prototyping out the idea as a consumer, just to more clearly express what I'm talking about, I think it might have some real value. So I think I might spend a little time, I mean, it's probably going to take me a while, but just trying to get a 2D something built. Prototype out the idea. And just share it around for fun. Maybe it'll spark a thought in somebody's head who is actually making a game or something. Or maybe I'll realize I'm a much better game developer than I thought and turn it into a real game. Because that's the dream, right? For everybody who plays video games religiously. To one day make your own. Or to at least see your ideas come to life in a game. Certainly my dream. I love that this buggy jumps so easily out here on these dunes. Because these dunes make really natural ramps, I like that they leaned into that a little bit and made the physics so that the buggies tend to jump when they're driving around. Ooh. That spice is trying to trick me into getting my Jeep eaten. Look at that. Sitting there trying to look all tasty right in my path. Why am I getting weird glitches on my screen? Like super weird flashes that look like something's going wrong with the GPU or something. I don't know. Oop. Low fuel. Full fuel. I wonder how far across the dunes I could get. Think I could make it all the way over there? Think it's worth the risk? Or what about just tearing off? That's the entrance right there. I wonder if I could just tear off for the entrance. We're gonna do it. Gonna hit this spot right here, then we're gonna go straight for the entrance. Oh, the worm's even right there. Worm knew. He was like, oh, you're gonna come out into the dunes, are you? I could use a snack. Go, Jeepy, go. Go, Jeepy, go. Yeah, we good. What are you doing over here, bud? We made it. We're good. No big deal. Worm didn't even come up and do its little aggressive breach thing. Not even scared. Oh, punk ass worm. The worms bring out a lot of aggression in me towards them. Like they're not even really a problem, but they're just always around and always kind of getting in the way. And it just makes me want to hate them. They're just always there. It's like your brothers when you were little. Like they're just this constant sort of nagging annoyance. Sometimes you just want to call them names and sock them in the face. Gotta talk shit to him. Gotta talk shit to the worm. It feels like it's a requirement as I'm playing the game. Just gotta be trash talking the worm the whole time. Would you stop it? Just no. All right, I'm gonna go put these resources away. While we do that, I think we're gonna do our outro here. I think a nice 4-hour stream is plenty. I'm feeling a little low energy here, and that's not good for the stream, and we might as well just go ahead and take us a little break here and be done for the day. And come back tomorrow when I'm more energetic and everybody else is at work, so they don't have anything better to do than to watch the stream. But yeah, thanks everybody for coming out. We had a really active chat today again. That's 2 days in a row with just a super active chat, which is great. I'm really liking that we've been seeing so many new people coming in the last couple of days too, and getting to have some conversations with some folks who have some perspectives that maybe we haven't seen yet is always really nice. I'm looking forward to, I think that's going to start happening and continue to happen more as we progress, because some of the bigger streamers for the game are leaving the game. A lot of the big variety streamers are leaving the game. And so that's going to open up a lot of people who are still looking for Dune content, but maybe those variety streamers aren't doing the content they want anymore. And so hopefully some of those folks will meander their way over here and we'll get us some new friends. So yeah, thanks everybody for stopping by and saying what's up, being a part of the action here. And I will see you all on the next one tomorrow. Have a great day.